Good morning. Good morning, dear attendees. Welcome. It's good to see you all together in this room. And I guess you enjoyed the hospitality of the inner city of Prague yesterday evening. But it's good to see you fresh and fruity in this council meeting. The 57th council meeting of the Federation of European Fire Officers is our 30th anniversary here at the Grand Hotel in Prague, the Grand International Hotel. And before we go to the first speaker, I want to thank Chief Ostracek, Nikola Martin, for organizing this fantastic, great council meeting. So please stand up and be recognized. Please stand up. Stand up and give them a hand. Thank you. And it's good to say that we are online as well. We have a live stream, so there are a lot of people watching only today. Tomorrow we don't have a live stream, but today especially a lot of alumni, ODP, and a lot of people, they are following this seminar for today. We have 24 different nationalities under the roof today, and later on we make a roll call so that we can see who's in the room. And we have today a seminar on data-driven fire service, AI, and how to deal with data within the fire service. An exciting lineup of inspirational speakers, and of course there will be a lot of opportunities for networking. And as I said, networking, meeting old friends, making new friends, and talking about our job and the challenges we have in the future. But first, before we delve into the agenda, I want to introduce to you the first Deputy of the Minister of Interior, Mr. Radek Kanya, to do the opening speech. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for great welcoming. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to welcome you to Prague on behalf of Minister of Interior Vít Rakušan and also on behalf of Ministry of the Interior of the Czech Republic. There are plenty of meetings ahead of you, and I'm so glad that I can be part of it. In the morning I took a few notes I'd like to tell you. So you will be talking about increasing the safety of the people of Europe, of European Union. So for us, for the people outside of this building, of this room, it's a very important message. It's a great message for us that you, as experts, you are talking about the security of the people in Europe, in European Union. So you will be sharing the expertise, the provision of expert advice, and also the international cooperation. In the Czech Republic, we highly value the cooperation between the professional and volunteer firefighters. I hope it's very important for the other countries, the cooperation between professional and volunteer firefighters. The Czech Republic is actively involved in the Federation of European Fire Officers. For example, General Vlček has been the delegate of FEU since 1994. It's more than 30 years, so he doesn't look so old, but really we are very happy that he's been there for more than 30 years. And also, General Oslejsek is a representative of the Council of the FEU, so another very important general of the Czech Republic, which is part of FEU Council. To conclusion, let me wish you the trouble-free meeting, as I had the chance to look at your program, and I could see that your program is very well prepared. There are a lot of pubs and also the tour guide of the Prague, so enjoy these 3 days which are ahead of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so yeah, thank you first, Deputy Minister of Interior, Mr. Radek Kanya. Next speaker, the fourth for the opening session, is to Chief Radek Plaček, Director General of the Fire and Rescue Service of the Czech Republic.
So, good morning, the Deputy Minister, the President, the friends, firefighters. I'm very happy that you're here. And when we discussed, as Stefan mentioned yesterday, 2 years ago, when we should celebrate 30 years of setup of FEU, I said it should be Prague, definitely, because first meeting was in Tampere, thanks to Oli Pekka, one of the founder of FEU, and I think that it's a little bit symbolic to be here and to have you here in Prague. I hope that this meeting will be very productive, that we again bring new ideas. If I look to the schedule of the conference, so we can see that we should talk about AI and many other things for the future, which could a little bit force fire services ahead for the future. So hopefully you spent a good evening yesterday. So we have another at least 2 evenings here tonight and tomorrow. All needs what you want hopefully will be fulfilled. And I would like to thank my colleagues, my friends, that they prepare this meeting on an appropriate level. It's not so easy, you know, because so many people, so many countries. But in the end of my speech, let me welcome again Poland on the board, especially the Director General of the Polish State Fire Service, Wojciech Kruczek. Let me welcome again our friends from Canada, from United States, from Chile, from Argentina, and as well from Romania and from Iceland. So there are new countries who are here, and hopefully soon some of them will be regular members of FEU. In the end of my speech, I would like to pass you, Mr. President, some small memory on behalf of the Czech Fire Rescue Service.
Yeah, next speaker in line is Peter Otacek, and he will tell something, I think, about the fire and rescue service in the Republic of Czech. Peter, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I will just start with a short information about some most important issue for our meeting. Can you give just the presentation with number 1? We will start with some view to the nice city of Prague. Okay, next slide. Okay. I hope we're running. Okay, now you can enjoy some nice presentation of capital city Prague. I'm sure that some of you visited during the last evening, not just the nice pubs, but also some nice places. If you see this vessel, you will have a chance to use it during this afternoon. Nejde nám k tomu náhodou zvuk ještě? We have some problem with the sound. I tried to sing something, but I'm not sure that you will be satisfied. But you can just enjoy the pictures.
You sing.
Okay, it's some, but I'm sure that you have a chance to visit Prague face to face. I would like to say thank you for our sponsors, because as you know, we discuss in FEU about the sponsors. We have some sponsors who donate us directly to the FEU, but we would like to say thank you to sponsors who support the Czech Association of Fire Officers and who support also this meeting. This is the CSG Foundation. CSG is the Czech company who produces the truck Tatra and special fire trucks, and also the special trucks for the defense. Company Nordstahl Service is a Czech company who sell in the Czech Republic equipment Lukas. Company Jagra is a Czech company who sell products of Olmatro, and ZHD is a Czech company who produce some special pumps. He's the official representative of company Tohatsu from Japan, who produce the pumps and other equipment and personal protection. And this meeting is under the auspice of the Director General, Vladimir Vlček. Some safety tips, as you know, we are in European Union. If in some cases you can use 112. In the Czech Republic, it's for 112 responsible fire service. You are able to speak not just only the Czech, but also in English, in the German, Polish, in the France, and we are very, very flexible. I hope that you will not need call to this emergency call number in the Czech Republic. In case you need help or get lost in Prague, take pictures of this phone number. First to me, second is to Martin, and Katarina. Katarina, she is responsible for the ladies program. Take a picture, and you need call us 24/7. Just a short information, because as you know, the most important part of our meeting is not just the presentation, but also the networking. For this evening, we organize some short trip. We will leave the hotel at 6 p.m. by the buses to the city center. We try to cross the river Vltava and some nice places with a small river Čertovka with these boats. If we alive, we can go to the restaurant to organize nice dinner, and 10:30 we organize the transport from the city center back to the hotel. If some of you want to stay in the Prague, enjoy it, and you can use the public transport. For Thursday, for tomorrow, we have also departure from 6 p.m. From the hotel. We go to the Malostranské Square, and we organize some short walk, guided tour through the city center, from one square to the second nice pub in Prague, and we will enjoy nice dinner with the beer and we will in the restaurant, which is close to the city center. At 10:30 we also organize departure back to the hotel, but if you want, you can organize also some your private tour in the city center during the night. Thank you. Enjoy Prague, and if you have some support from our side, don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you. And now I give the floor to Vladimir, because we want to present you the Czech Republic.
I would like to ask you to switch on the presentation. Just only a few slides about the fire rescue service of the Czech Republic. As usual, what we do in the beginning. Okay. So, Czech Republic, you can see, is divided into 14 regions. One of those is Prague. Prague has roughly around 2 million inhabitants. During the working days, it's plus roughly 3/4 million who is coming here. From those more or less 11 million, we have 1.1 million foreigners. 500,000 Ukrainians in the Czech Republic. Compared to the total number of Czech population is the highest number within the European Union. You can see how busy we are, not only as a full-time fire rescue service, but all fire services. For the last year, more than 200,000 interventions. Quite busy. Why is just this big jump between here at 23 and 24? Because we had a quite middle class. You know what to tell the reason. Okay. Tasks are a little bit similar, like in every country. We have some fire services with local responsibilities, regional responsibilities. We have fire brigades or departments, full-time, part-time, voluntary, and founders of those are state for the regional fire rescue service, municipality for volunteers and for part-time, and as well enterprises. We have a small units or couple of units which belongs to army as well. So you can see the total number, all firefighters in the Czech Republic is more than 90,000. Just for your issue, if I look at the Czech army military have got 27,000 soldiers. So we are 3 times bigger. If I look at the number of police staff, 40,000, more than 5 bigger. So from the point of, let's say, non-military services, we are biggest in the Czech Republic. All those people are not only a member of the association or voluntary association. All those guys are ready to go to the intervention. So, roughly organizational structure, standard squad composition in a big cities like Prague, Brno, and Ostrava is 1+5. For the rest of the region, for the appliances usually 1+3, quite similar like in many other countries. We have fire cover and 3 basic criteria: number of inhabitants in each cadastral area, specific risk, flooding, hospital, shopping malls, and so on, and numbers of intervention. And we divided all this area into the 4 levels. So, and you can see that most busiest places like Prague is it. So we have to have at least 2 fire appliances within 7 minutes on a site, including alarming time, which is 2 minutes. It means 5 minutes is driving, and another more unit within 10 minutes. And for the remote area, there's one fire appliance within 20 minutes and another one within 25 minutes. It's written in the law, such kind of fire cover. So you can see the placement of our different stations around the Czech Republic. So we are mostly covering all country. If I look what's response time for full-time, only for full-time fire services, you can see more or less covering all country. If I include part-time and volunteer, so we are not with the local responsibility. What we do as well, we are responsible as well for the civil protection. It means public warning, we provide humanitarian assistance, we do civil protection as is a different service in some countries and so on, and as well we are responsible for education. And we are, let's say, one of the crucial body of the integrated rescue system. In total, we have 10,900 uniformed staff and 945 civilians. There are some pictures, you definitely know. Command control centers, so we have 14 regions and 14 regional command control centers and 1 national command control center. So on the data flow is going online to the national command control center. Yeah, we have a special rescue unit which is based on 3 bases, and you can see special fire appliances which are specially armed against explosions, for example. So it's really extremely well equipped. Yeah. Okay, we have as well civil protection modules, so we have classified urban search and rescue team, certified food rescue using boat steam. We have an EMT team which was deployed into Nepal, high capacity pumping, CBRN, and definitely plenty of our people are experts in within the mechanism of European Union civil protection. Integrated rescue system is something which is quite unique in the Czech Republic. It's a cooperation between emergency services, mainly between fire service, between EMS, and between police. And it means it's not organization, it's a system of cooperation for preparedness and for response. And we as a fire service, we play a main role in this system since 1993. Just last 2 slides, what we are dealing actually with the emergency. 2 months ago we had a train accident when was 17 train tankers on the rail which was carrying benzene, more than 1,000 tons, and you can see how explosion looked like. And still after 2 months we are dealing with environmental issue. It's not so easy, because if we look at the history, we know that similar but not such huge disaster was in Wisconsin, something like 95, 150 tons. Afterwards was in China, again something up to the 200 tons, but more than 1,000 tons is really outstanding if we look to the situation. So we were able to deploy really plenty of firefighters and so on, and still working on that. Another situation, thanks our friends from Hungary and Slovakia, foot and mouth disease. Fortunately, it's not here in the Czech Republic, but we send our special teams to Slovakia, especially for the border between Hungary and Slovakia, and as well definitely to the scene when this outbreak was done, and we still provide such kind of decontamination in the border between Slovakia and the Czech Republic. We are on the border more than 2 months. For the time being, fortunately, we don't have such disease in the Czech Republic. So, Stefan, it was a short introduction of the Czech Fire Service. The floor is yours. Sorry for a little bit the delay, but I think that you speed up.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. To have these kind of presentations and insights in a well-organized organization of fire and rescue service in Exactly. And I know you're very into collaboration on EU level. Always one of the first to step in if someone needs help in the EU. Thank you for that. As mentioned already, tomorrow we cannot organize a conference without sponsors nowadays. And I will mention them all. And some of them will be on stage later on. But this is streamlined. It will be on stage and they have a booth outside this room. It's Volmatro, it's Tatra, Northstar Lucas, ZHT, CSG, and Jaga. And thank you for being a part of this family today. Yeah, we're going to have a roll call to see who's in the room today. Because we have new countries present, we have some new delegates, we have international guests from Metro Chiefs, United States, OBA, South America, IFC, CJF, and EFSCA. So they will introduce themselves later on. And it's good to mention that we invited all honorary members of our federation and founding fathers of our federation. Not all of them were able to be present in this meeting, but we invited them all to be a part of this 30th anniversary. But welcome, you will introduce yourself later on to the honorary members of our federation and the founding fathers of our organization. Well, let's start roll call, and then we slide into the program. And I will start. Yeah, Ignacia's already looking aside. I start with Spain, and then we go that way and then back, like a wave through the room. The first one is Mariano.
Okay, my name is Mariano Hernández. I am by officer in a province in
Mariano, the mic is coming your way.
I start again. My name is Mariano Hernández. I am flight officer in the province of Castellón in Spain. I am coming to the FEU meeting since 2016.
My name is Ignacio Pérez. I'm flight officer from Cadiz in the south of Spain. This is my 4th year coming here. Thank you for having us.
Good morning. I'm Paul Stockland, fire officer in the region of Denmark in Norway, representing the Norwegian Fire Association. I think it's like 4 years or something, yeah.
Good morning. Jürgen Helgesson. I'm a guest speaker. I will be talking to everyone about AI.
Good evening to everyone. Happy to be here. My name is Thomas Czysz from the National Headquarters International Department of Cooperation, Warsaw, Poland. Nice to meet you.
Hello everyone, I am Wojciech Kruczek from Poland. I'm first time here, so I'm glad to be here.
Hello, my name is Linka Machik. I'm from headquarters of State Fire Service from Poland. Together with my both my colleagues, we are first time here as a guest, but Poland was a member of FEU a few years ago, so maybe it would be possible to join again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Donatas Gramchis. I'm from Fire Rescue Department of Lithuania. This is first time for us for Fire Rescue Department, but not the first time for our colleagues from association in Lithuania. I hope one day we will be also members of FEU. So nice to see you here. Have a good day.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rimantas Topolaitis. I'm from the National Lithuanian Fire Officer Alliance, and we are a member of FEU from Copenhagen region in Southern.
Hello, I'm Jonas Arkaitis from Lithuania. I'm here to represent some data solutions and not firefighting.
Hello everyone, my name is Ivan Godic. I'm from Karlovac, Croatia. I'm working for a firefighter in our station and represent here fire organization of Prague. Thank you. Let's start here.
Good morning. My name is Goran Frankovic. I represent Croatian Firefighter Association.
Good morning, I'm Jacob. I'm the Chief Fire Officer of Copenhagen, representing the Danish Association.
And good morning everyone, I'm Jan. I'm the Secretary General of the Danish Emergency Management Organization, and I've been a member of this council since 2015.
Hello everyone, my name is Rashailis from the Luxembourg Fire and Rescue Organization, and I am a member of FEU since 2012, and in my daily business I'm the Chief Fire Officer in the City of Luxembourg.
Hello everyone, my name is Tom Barnick. I'm the Director of Operations at the Luxembourg Fire and Rescue Corps. I think it's like the fourth or fifth time here with you.
Morning everyone, my name is Gulbjörn. I'm Chief Fire Officer delegate from Finland, and I've been on board for many years.
Good morning, VP Ihamäki from Finland, representing Finnish Association of Fire Officers and Chief Fire Officer for one of the 21 regional services.
Good morning, my name is Peter Monson, representing the Finnish Association, Chief Fire Officer as well. And I think my first meeting was 2007 in Paris.
Good morning, all. Mr. President, my name is Olli-Pekka Ojanen. I'm one of those old-timers, retired Chief Fire Officer of the Regional Fire Service in Tampere, Finland. And as Vladimir mentioned, I had the honor to be the chairman of that 1995 meeting in Finland, where we first time accepted the first constitution of FEU. And as Juto said, I've been here many times. Now this is meeting number 14 to me. Thank you very much. It's very nice to see you, old friends, and I'm so happy to see so many new faces here. Thank you.
Good morning everybody, my name is Hans van Mensvoort from the Netherlands. I'm a strategic policy advisor and asked by the board to support FEU by future-proofing the strategic plan. So tomorrow morning I will be one of the speakers.
Good morning everyone, I'm Adrian Rista, Deputy Head of National Operation Center, part of General Inspectorate for Emergency Situation from Romania. And I would like to thank you again for the invitation in the name of Secretary of State Dr. Arafat and our General Inspector Dan Paulian. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning, I'm Pedro Warhemont, and I'm the responsible for Streamlight for Europe. This is our first time as a sponsor of this event, so we are very happy. We have a table with our lighting and illumination solution outside, so we invite everybody to come and visit us and show our solutions.
Good morning, I'm Thomas from Company Euroland. We are a Czech part of Streamlight. I will be more than happy to show you the Streamlight products outside in corridor.
Hello to everyone, I'm Mikls Bonders from Latvia, fire officer. It's my first time here and I'm very glad to be here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rudolf Savitz. I'm from State Fire Rescue Service of Latvia. We are really happy to speak about and hear about EI and data. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Mark Paul from North Estonian Rescue Service, and I have been in FEU since 2018.
Good morning, I'm Tagna from Estonia, and I'm representing Estonian Rescue Board, and I come from south part of Estonia, head of Southern Rescue Service.
Good morning to all. My name is George Bouzouki, a delegate from Cyprus, fire officer for the Certified Service. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christoforos Kyrianou. I am an officer from Cyprus. We are representatives of our chief, and we decided to join the FEU since the beginning. And due to myself, I first joined FEU meeting in Hungary in 2006. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Andreas Bierfeld. I'm a Chief Fire Officer for Aachen Fire and Rescue Services, and I'm a delegate from Germany. Cyprus was my first meeting, so happy to be here again.
Hello, I am Sebastian Fries. I'm the second German representative from the German Fire Protection Association. I'm not such an old dog as Olli Pekka is, but I'm attending the meetings for 17 years now, since Rosersberg 2008.
Good morning, my name is Alex Krieger. I'm the president of the EFSCA, the Fire Service Colleges Association, and it's the second time we can join this nice meeting and meeting some colleagues again. We first met in Birmingham last year when we signed a memorandum of understanding between the EFSCA and the FEU, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Erik Wojcik. I'm the director of the Fire Service College in Czech Republic, and I'm representing here EFSCA also as vice president.
Good morning everybody, my name is Jón Mattiasson. I'm the fire chief in Reykjavik and chief of civil protection in Reykjavik in the capital area. This is my first time here, looking forward. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jan Johansson. I'm a delegate from Belgium with your organization of all the fire services as Brandweer Belgium now it's called. So I'm one of the representatives and I'm a member of the FEU since 2013.
Good morning, my name is Laura Manus. I'm from the Fire Service as a GIS expert. I will be speaking today about GIS.
Good morning everybody, Ben Kriegmans, Fire Chief for the Antwerp Fire Service and delegate for Belgium.
Good morning everyone, my name is Angelique, I'm from Argentina and I'm representing Organization of American Firefighters.
Good morning, my name is Juan Carlos Gil, President of OA and Chilean firefighter. Sorry I don't speak English very well, but I understand the prayer.
Good morning everybody, my name is Peter Thalia, delegate from Austria, and I'm a professional fire officer from the Fire Department of Vienna.
Good morning everybody, I'm Gil for the Boston Fire Brigade Association and fire officer in the Vienna Fire Service as well.
Good morning everybody, John Kane is my name. I'm Chief Fire Officer in the West of Ireland. I've been a delegate with the Chief Fire Officers Association since Madrid, and I'm also speaking tomorrow a bit on sponsorship work, so I want to thank Pedro and invite everybody as well to support Pedro's side. Thank you.
Good morning everyone, my name is Dermot Brannigan. I'm also a Chief Fire Officer in the northern part of Ireland, but not Northern Ireland for that matter. We're representing the Chief Fire Officers Association of Ireland, and I've been attending from 2018, so look forward to meeting and chatting there.
Good morning everybody. My name is Zoltán Mosbor. I come from Hungary. I represent the National Director General for Disaster Management, and I work for the National Command and Control Center as a professional fire officer. Thanks for the invitation and this nice organization.
Good morning everybody, my name is Finian Joyce. I'm an honorary member of FEU. I'm delighted to be here and thank you for the invitation to join you today. My first meeting was back in 2006. This is my 32nd meeting attending FEU, so I'm not as old as Olli Pekka, but I've been around a while and I'm delighted to talk to you tomorrow about the history of FEU. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've been representing Czech Association of Fire Officers, and I am also responsible as Deputy of Chief Fire Officer in the Moravian Silesian region in the city of Ostrava. And I've been representing 6 years also cooperation with FEU. Besides that, Stefan let me send the greetings from Milan Dubravac, because he told me that he can be here because of his activities in Brussels, and he would like to also say thank you for cooperation between FEU and CDIF, because we think about that this is the same reason and the same target to have a connection between firefighters, support topics we have to solve, and everything about that. And last, let me say my colleagues, thank you for cooperation and preparation of that meeting, because I know about that, what does it mean for us. We appreciate we can be here with you, and we understand and hope that there will be some memories for the future for FEU from the city of Prague. Thank you for that.
Good morning, colleagues. Petr Slešek, Fire Rescue Service of the Czech Republic, and I am also from the Czech Association of Firefighters, and my first meeting was in 2008-9 in Rosersberg in Sweden.
Good morning again. So, DG, the Czech Fire Rescue Service, it's my 55th attendance from the 57 meetings since 1995.
Good morning, Ken Stewing, the Fire Chief from Halifax in Nova Scotia, Canada. I was the past president for the last 3 years and started attending these meetings in 2022 and 23, immediately after COVID. Certainly an honor to be with you again today. I think this is my 3rd in-person meeting plus an FEU event on climate change. And I am currently assisting the FEU and the IFC as the liaison. So good to see you all again.
Good morning, Josh Wallow from the United States, the President of the International Association of Fire Chiefs.
Good morning, Ron Brown, the Chief Executive Officer of the International Association of Fire Chiefs in the United States.
Good morning, I'm John Butler. I'm the Fire Chief from Fairfax, Virginia, which is right outside of Washington, D.C. I'm a past president of IAFC and the current president of Metro Agencies.
Good morning, I'm Otto Drozd. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Metropolitan Fire Chiefs Association, and I have been attending the FEU meeting since 2022, so this is my 4th time, along with, I believe we had a meeting in Copenhagen as well. It's always good to be with you and seeing the room representing Europe, and I also sit with Martin on the board of the CTIF.
Okay, last but not least, Anna Andersson-Collin. I'm representing Sweden. I'm the Secretary of the FEU. I'm also the Vice President of the Swedish Association of Fire Officers. And my first meeting was in Hungary in 2016.
Well, thank you all. Yeah, I already introduced myself this morning. I think it was 10 years ago that I became a member of the FEU, and I think the first meeting was in Vienna, in Austria. Well, I would say thank you all, and I would ask you to give a hand applause to the newcomers, to the first members, and make that they are feeling welcome in this family and become a member, and they will be present in Austria as well, because they have a fantastic event. Give them a warm applause. Then two organizational announcements. During this event, photos, videos, live stream will be produced in accordance with privacy laws. I must require to inform you explicitly about this. So if you have any concerns regarding this matter, please inform the Secretary of myself. But if there are no concerns, we'll take photos and videos of this council meeting. First one. Second one, before lunch, so it will be around 12 o'clock, if we leave this room, we going to have the picture outside this room on the stairs. So it will be before lunch, not afterwards, but before lunch. But we will remember you when we leave this room to the lunch. Let's move to the agenda. We have a few slides to introduce the seminar before we go to the first speaker. Do we have a clicker? Yeah, today's seminar is going to be on data-driven fire and rescue service as the game changer. What we realize on the global level is that data and AI is going to change our fire service, and our world is going to be more and more and more important. And today we want to have, from different angles, presentations about this topic. It's about AI, it's about data. And we're going to explore how data can enhance decision-making, operational efficiency, and community resilience, because it's something we face in every country in Europe and on a global level. We have some key presentations, as I mentioned, about this area. Get some insights from international fire and rescue leaders. We asked as well from our affiliated members from the United States, IFC, Metro, but as well OVA, to give us some insights on what they are doing on data and AI. And after a coffee break in the afternoon, we want to have kind of an interactive breakout session. So not sitting all day watching presentations. And then we have some questions. And this will be the questions in the interactive session. No problem, you don't have to write those questions on paper. We can make a picture if you want, but we will show them, of course, when we go into the interactive session in this afternoon. So we're going to make some tables and have a discussion about these questions. And after the interactive session, we will have a kind of a summary. We will ask every table to give a short summary of what is discussed on that table. And we made a statement on how we have to deal as fire and rescue staff with AI and data. And we shared it already, so perhaps we have to make a few adjustments, but in the end, we want to have kind of a statement deliverable on how we look at data and AI within the fire service. And on the end of the day, we will have conclusions about the importance of embracing data-driven technologies in fire and rescue service, because it's not going away. And you can always, is it a change of time or a time of change? I know that my father used to say about 20 years ago, all those new kind of internet that goes away, in 10 years it will be away, but it's not going anywhere. So data and AI will be a part of our future. And that's where we have the seminar today. And I'm glad that we have online, we have streaming, so that a lot of people can watch this presentation as well. That's my short introduction for today. Are there any questions about this? No questions? Okay, then we're going to start the first presentation. It's about the use of image and record records for management and analysis of information. HAWK system by Mr. Yuri Studnika. Here's the clicker. Yuri, the floor is yours, and he's of course from the Fire and Rescue Service of the Republic of Czech.
Good morning again from me. I would like to present you our system HAWK, and this system was developed after our biggest fire forest in Czech Switzerland National Park, and it was very big fire and for a long time. It was nearly 3 weeks, and because I'm the chief of the documentary section of the General Headquarters Firefighters, and we did a documentary, we make a documentation of all these things, and as well we are doing like a picture support or 3D support for commanders. After this case, we had a big problem because it was so much data, and we had a problem. We had a problem how to transfer for analytic, how to do it. We start to make a 3D model of the situation and put the video inside in some timeline. But it's fine, but it's not so much interactive. It's not so much like user friendly, and it's like a normal information, but it's not something special. And we start thinking how to rebuild it, how to make it better. That means we start with model 1, analytics, and this model is based on virtual tour. That means this virtual tour on the set is like have a precisely documentation with geolocation. That's the main power of this system. Because if you are doing some documentation, if you are doing the pictures, you need to know where is it and when it is. All this system we are building in a special passport code, and if you have this access, you can compare all the cases through the Czech Republic. If you have some similar cases, you can watch, you can see the case. For example, one is in Prague, one is in Brno, and one is in Boston, and you can open it, and you can compare it. That means this is the basic of our system. It's the Czech Republic, and here is the cases, and you can click it. And now you are in Google. We are calling Google Maps, our walking tour. And in this walking tour, there is pictures, videos, text, 3D models, everything what we are taking on the set. Because the Hawk is Hawk can integrate every digital data what you need for analytic or what you need for some investigation. That's the popular way how we are doing. It's very interactive, very intuitive, and it's very user-friendly. Here is a timeline. We are doing walking tour every hour of the case. And then we have the photo gallery, video gallery, 3D60, 3D model, 4 plans. Everything is on one place. It's very interactive. You can watch it. I prepared for you 2 cases, small cases. One case is like a fire forest. Now you can see we are using the drones, we are using 360 cameras, and we are using every digital systems what we have. Every time we are starting with the picture about. That means it's from the drones, and then you can as well walk. It's very easy. And you can find every important things in the scene. It's like that. The second case is more interesting because the Hawk can be built on for every case. Now you can see you have a live stream there. You can put all the another possibilities for using. It means what the case need, you can put it there. This is part of live stream. Now you can see the photo gallery, very intuitive and very easy how to do it. This is the 3D model. This 3D model is as well interactive. You can measure it. You can measure it like in the line way, and as well in the like a space way or areas. This you can do in some lots of colors and all the stuff. I'm showing you this because it take 1 hour on the set for our group of support. That means we are doing everything on the set. It's not post-production in the house. It's everything in our cars, in our equipment there. It means we have some special room which is working and which is training for quick to make support for the command. After we can use, or we are cooperating with the investigators, and we will give them all these cases, and we are cooperating with them as well after, and we are putting there some prints what they were taking from the scene, and as well like they will click this and it's open the picture. There is a 3D model of the building that's we are using the firefighter documentation for this, and we are for some cases or for some building which is interesting for us. We are doing 3D models and as well 360 virtual tour. This is good for like a preparation, like a soft targets as well. That means we are doing for this school or social building or public buildings as well. That means if it will happen something, you can compare the model and the real situation, because we have a transmission stars with cameras and drones, and you can compare it the plan, you can see the 3D model, and as well like the real. Model 2 is tactic. Tactic is like a fighting part of the whole. That means you have here more possibilities with measuring more colors, more information, more targets, more tags, and as well everything is working in a 3D model that we are doing before or on the way for the case. It means we are using for the big cases. Now I will show you how it looks like. This is the situation during the tornado in the south of Meridian. Now you can see in the red. This is the place where is some big problems. It's working like a layer system. We have there some photographs, and this is live stream which we are streaming from our drones to command on the set, and as well for operations center or national operations center, because we are building as well television system, like a professional television transmitting system through all Czech Republic and through all our regions, and as well you can intuitively click it and you can see the situation which is based in some area in the case. But again, as well you can choose the photographies, you can choose your units and types of units as well if they are working there and they are working something. This is example or exercise for flutes that we did this model during the way, and this is the situation how it looked like nearby the river, and as well you can walk and everything. That this strategy we used on the fields what we had last year. That means we recognize all rivers and all damages what we had during this system, and as well we like ORT maps. That means we are cooperating as well with the GIS, and everything what we are doing, we can put it into the GIS, and like put them in the pictures as well. That means it's to make it more precisely with orders, because you can compare like picture maps and as well you have everything in one place for your orders. This is 2 cars, which you can see 1 car here today after lunch, if you want it. Then where we have some transmission system and as well camera system, like PTZ cameras, drones, thermovision cameras, and as well the computers for calculating the 3D models and post-production videos, photos, and everything. There in this class we are putting together. One is located on the headquarters of the Czech Republic, and one is now located in Karlovy Vary. We are preparing more of these cars, especially in the south of Moravia, North region, and in Pardubice as well. And it looks like this is our equipment inside, like some editing room, cameras, and thermovision cameras, and everything this can be live streaming during all the Czech Republic. And as well, if we want to give some information to media, we can be connected with the national media or private media and put them some business information. This is like our mobile monitoring center that we can like compare all the pictures that we are putting together. It's in the car, or you can have it as well in the phone or in the tablet, because we can stream it wherever. As well, we can use we are making like a digital map of the situation. This is comparison of the 3D model of the factory, and this is the situation here. That you can also compare. This is the situation where the units are. It's like that. Okay, if you want to try it, you can scan the code, and I'm sorry, it's only in Czech, but it's one exercises that I think you will find it in the this system can be on the internet, and as well we can close it for hard drive or flash card, and it can be transmitting through this system, because not every cases are open, even under the code, but it's sometimes for the charger we are putting on these hard drives. This is like an introduction. If somebody wants to see more cases, interesting cases, some interaction, feel free go to me and I will show you my computer, and you can try, you can see, and you can ask for everything. Some questions for now?
Are there any questions so far? We do 2 questions. 2 questions, and that's fine. Ken Spielberg.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I think I've seen a couple other fire services in Europe do what you showed with that support unit. Is that a firefighter you train to do that work, or is that a non-firefighter who supports command, and is it on duty 24 hours a day?
Ten dotaz byl, jestli ti hasiči v té jednotce jsou výjezdoví hasiči, jestli je to 24/7, anebo jestli je to jednotný.
This is like a documentation group of like a special group which is located in Prague in headquarters. But we are training more of these groups so that they can do this work, because it's a little bit hard for understand. But it's not so hard to train like a normal persons, and we can as well divide the levels, yeah, because in the first time they can do something like a drone unit. They have some instruction like a 3D model. They know how to do it. They know how to do it 360, and during they are doing. We will came and we will do it.
Thank you. Then Mr. Oh, I thought it was somebody. Okay, Rudolf.
Oh, yes. I think the question was whether they are firefighters and 24/7 people who are ready to do all. But my question, this HOP system, is it custom made for your service, or it's developed like as a product?
Yeah, it's ours. It's ours. We did it for the fire department. We didn't do it ourselves.
Yeah, it's good to mention. I think we mentioned it already. From 1 o'clock until 1:30, the system is outside to watch. The system will be outside to watch. Parking place. Parking place. Okay, it's not in the entrance of the hotel. Last question, Mr. Bjarne Nygaard from Denmark.
Thank you for the presentation. As I understand it, this is kind of a factual overview of the situation as of now, from where the drones are taking the pictures, etc. Have you done any thoughts about, for instance, combining it with data about weather forecasts, vegetation, etc., so that it might be able to predict the tactics and give you suggestions beforehand, so to say?
Now we are doing predictions, or we started to enroll the prediction on fire forests systems. That means we are building now the monitoring and screening system, which is comparing all these units what I showed you. Means we are doing 3D models. We are doing the maps of or we are taking from for example, for the universities, we are taking the booms and everything that is there. We are collecting everything together, and then we can be in the terrain, put the cameras or drones and watching and comparing this. Slide the question, is it Rita? And as well we are designing for the buildings, but only for navigation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Giri Stutika. We have a small president's token of our appreciation. The present is on behalf of the Federation of Czechia, and I have a small certificate for you as a participation in this council meeting. first one to show what the present is, because they did a great job to make a presentation. A little present is when you see a helmet of a firefighter made from glass. Then we go to the second presentation. I will invite our German delegate, Andreas Spielberg, head of the fire brigade of Aachen. And it's about enabling data-driven fire rescue service with security and GDPR compliance. I think it's about data protection regulations. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. I hope it's not a presentation which is a little bit dry or too much IT in it, so stop me if I go into the bits and bytes of everything, but I try to keep it on a management level. I thought I'd use the occasion, because it's only my second meeting, to give you a brief overview of myself, not because it's so important for me, but to give you a bit of my background, because actually I have an IT background, so before I became Chief Fire Officer, I studied computer science, and so I have, I like these kind of topics, and I've been working on these topics my whole career, especially within the premises of control rooms, and actually I am the chairman for the working groups within the Fire Officer Association, which is concerned with all the technical and IT topics in Germany. So let's talk just briefly about what we do on a day-to-day basis. You all remember those kind of pictures. These are actually all from Aachen, from within the last couple of years. These are just common calls. Maybe for us it's a bit new that you see police people a lot more these days, because threats from terrorists or people who are a little bit crazy get a bit more, but nonetheless these are just normal pictures. I left out the ambulance part because for us we also do the ambulance service, but you would all recognize these kind of pictures. What's a bit new, and the example we had in the presentation just prior to mine showed that quite well. All those natural disasters are getting a lot more, and we need to have everything to do everything in our power to cope with these kind of disasters and prepare. And of course, having a good situational awareness beforehand, good models. Let's take one example. If you see this kind of flooding, that's from Germany from 2001. Actually, my hometown, this is not my hometown, it wasn't quite as bad, but my hometown was really affected by the flooding, and this was a real big disaster in our area. And we now were in talks with the university in Aachen, and they have cool models where you can predict, if you have the right weather data and everything, where you could predict the flooding. But the computers would take over 1 day to use the current weather data to come up with a model. So for me as a fire officer, well, I don't care if I get the information 1 day after the disaster. So now if we talk about AI, those cool statistical models in the background, they can do these computations within like 10 minutes. Maybe it's not as accurate, but 99% is close enough for me to consider what I need to do to take action. So I think what we're talking about today, and I was really looking forward to the meeting here, this is a real big step to help in these kind of disasters to get a better response and outcome. So what do we need as modern IT for fire and rescue services? And I've brought a couple of examples, maybe not as cool as what we've seen before, but close enough. For example, this is an example from Brandenburg, one of the countries in Germany. They've made actually a standardized product now. It's called the EOS Pack, which includes all kind of applications that you have from getting the alarm to the units. You get situational awareness stuff, you get warnings, you get hazmat information, and so on, messaging system, and it's all provided by the country of Brandenburg to all the fire and rescue services within the whole country. And of course, if you then talk about IT security, if you talk about data protection and so on, it's a standardized product. Everything is done for you. So you as an individual department, you just buy the product, so to speak. Another example, actually from the city of Aachen. We've maybe Dieter talked about this in his active time. Looking forward to seeing him later today. But we've been quite on the way with the telemedical support system, which is now deployed throughout North Rhine-Westphalia and actually a lot of other countries within Germany. They're also deploying this kind of system now. And a little bit what we've seen in the example before, you use everything that a modern IT has to offer, from just plain providing data from the appliances within the ambulance unit. You're using audio communication, use photos, videos, all in real time. And then there is the people in the control room who can check this data, who can help you. Actually, we were involved in an AI project which is quite interesting, which will help the doctors who support the system to make better decisions and to help them if they get the parameters from the units in the ambulance. Then they can tell them, well, maybe this would be a way to go with the treatment for the patient. And actually, that's an interesting ethical question as well. So, how much can AI assist in a medical context? And also another example, also from North Rhine-Westphalia, with our Minister of Interior. They are now building a system. I'm sorry, I'll take the next slide and try to translate it a little bit. What's happening now with North Rhine-Westphalia is we're making a system which is now in the testing stages. It will be deployed to all organizations later this year and next year, which will help get situational awareness and a 360-degree situational awareness picture for all levels of the government. We start down here, obviously, regional governments and independent cities like Aachen. And then you go up all the way to the Ministry of Interior. It's all in real time. You all have the same, for example, map and information, and you can communicate over the system and everything. So nothing really special. A lot of countries already have that, so don't laugh about us. But for us, it's a big step going forward. And these are just some examples where we're working on. I also brought, just in wording because I don't have any fancy graphics here, we have an institute, research institute, which we support as a fire department of Aachen, and we have already 4 projects going on, which are in the research context of fire and rescue services and AI. Obviously, a lot more research projects in the background. So it's a real big topic, so if you want to have more information on the research project, just contact me later and we can get into a discussion about this. And then I have a question which I would really be interested, maybe some raised hands for this. Obviously, most of you can read this, so I will translate it. Within the city of Aachen, or maybe that's just a German thing, I don't know, we have handouts how you should go about various topics, and just quite new, you see from January this year, we have a handout from the city of Aachen which describes how to use generative AI within the city of Aachen, and it's sort of rules and regulations for the employees of the city of Aachen on how to deal with this, how they can use it for their daily work, what they have to take care of if they use it, and be interested how many of you already have such kind of a regulation. So, great, perfect. But I mean, it's, we all use it, you know. We all have ChatGPT, my iPhone, you know. There's the last update asking please into your ChatGPT account, and then I can help you a lot better. Cool. But if you do it on a government level, obviously there's things you need to take into account. So now we get a bit more into the actual topic. And I try not to dive too deep into the IT parts, as promised, but a little bit I have to, because it's important for the applications that you all need. So what is a picture I see a lot when I talk to other fire and rescue services within Germany, and I'm pretty sure that it might be the case for some of you as well. You have a lot of data. That's the right side, and you could add every data you think about. You have it somewhere in a database or in an application or whatever. And then you have concerns about IT security or data protection, and it prevents us from doing all those cool things we like to do with the data. And then some IT guy comes in and says, wow, it's all difficult and it's, you know. But this stops us from making progress, and you could do a lot of cool things with it. So, how to go about this? Maybe just a few words, and I'll go over this really quickly because you can all Google it or ask ChatGPT about it. But I have to make 2 slides on IT security and GDPR. What is important, and I think that's really important to understand if you talk, for example, to companies which sell you IT stuff. If you talk about IT security, we as a fire service have really high demands, although we like compared to what other companies or need in the sense of IT. We're just like a real small group as fire and rescue services, but the demands we have, they're real high because, well, we need, let's take for example availability. If you're within an emergency, I can't use a screen which shows me a Windows update. Or I can't live if a server dies and my application doesn't work. That doesn't work in an emergency environment. So, from an availability point of view, we have real high demands on availability, for example. Well, let's take integrity. If we have data which are corrupt, you know, we make bad decisions for an emergency case. So we have real high demands on integrity. And I could talk about security all day long, so we have real high demands there too. And if you put that into perspective, that makes IT security really, really complex. And for example, if you look at ISO 27000, whatever, and try to do a certification, then you will know that if you make all high demands on these topics, it will get real difficult soon. That's a reminder I'm too slow. Or is it too much IT? I don't know. GDPR, and also here, I don't want to go into the details as well, but let's just think about one topic. We're dealing with real sensible information. If we just think fire services, then we have the address where something happens, we have maybe a name, and we're already inside the field of personal information. And let's take a street where you have 1,000 houses. Maybe it's not so important if somebody finds out the number of the house. But if you, for example, have a street where there's just 1 or 2 houses, and then you can associate the name, and already you have like high impact on the personal data of someone. If you talk, obviously, ambulance services and so on, you have really high sensitive data, and you have to deal with it accordingly. So, like we've seen before, one part of IT also is to talk about risk. Maybe a bit different than we do if you assess a risk of, let's say, some fire risks or whatever. But one big part is to identify what risks we have and to think about mitigation strategies. And I take one example which I didn't prepare beforehand, but it's okay. For example, I have this nice little application here which shows me all the calls that are ongoing in Aachen at the moment, and I can look at the logbook and see what happens in this call and so on. Nothing fancy from an IT perspective. But if you talk about risk management, if I would let my iPhone sit here and walk away and somebody will find my iPhone, obviously the person could, if my code is not so good or if I leave it unlocked or whatever, could obviously like really get into the sensible information and do something about it. So one part is risk management and maybe also accepting the risk that obviously there's only like 24 hours in here. Maybe it's accepting the risk that those 24 hours might be on display if I lose it or if some hacker gets into the network or whatever. So one important aspect I always talk about is why does fire and rescue service need IT knowledge? And if you see the slides and listen to what I said, then it's quite clear why we need IT knowledge within the fire departments. Because the sensitivity and the demand for IT security is hard to understand for someone looking from the outside. So if we bring some form of IT knowledge within the fire and rescue service, and it doesn't need to be people in uniforms. Of course, it could be IT people working within the departments. But like if we take on our core competencies and then think about what's important for us. For example, secure communications, radios, pagers, whatever. Then, of course, it's easier because we can talk to IT service providers in a different language. Because we know fire departments, we know fire services, and we know IT language, at least a little bit. So we can make the translation within our services and not let somebody else do the translation for us. Of course, it's getting simpler for our users because we have a better user experience if it's somewhat in-house. And on the long run, we of course can make a better IT strategy and planning. And now I bring you some ideas, some tools, how you could solve the issues. That looks quite easy. Actually, it's not so difficult to understand, but I'll talk about it a little bit. I call it the blown concept. What we see in Germany, we are part as a fire and rescue service of the city of Aachen, and of course we have a big administration which works 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Maybe some departments on Saturdays in a closed window, but not 24/7. And obviously we have, let's say, our control room, which would be red, which is like the heart of our operations. If something goes wrong there, we have a really big problem. And they need to work 24/7, they need the highest availability. And that's critical infrastructure. And we have something in between, which is not 9 to 5, but which is maybe not all 24/7. So if you keep that in mind, that's important. I get to this in a short while. So if you think about this, then we have different processes, different applications which need to interact. And some are in this red part, the heart of our operations. And maybe you have, for example, systems, in your stations or wherever, which shows the current ongoing alarms, what's up with your units or whatever, which is good if it's there, but if the screen stays black, it's not such a big issue. And you need to provide the data you have to all these levels. If you're in your administrative part, you want to do a controlling report, then maybe it's not so important if it doesn't work for one day, but you need all the data from the red, from the yellow, you need it in the green. And one goal, one idea to achieve this is to establish a data warehouse. And I click through the upcoming slides a bit quicker and talk about the parts which are important, and then it gets too much into IT details, so I leave it to discussion later on. But what's the idea is that you have your processes, your applications, and all put their data not into interfaces between each other, but put their data, live data, or statistical data, or whatever, into a data warehouse, which can of course store the data, which can translate the data for different applications and processes, and of course which maybe also has some tools to do reporting, to do statistics, or whatever you need. And this sounds really easy. It sounds so easy from an IT perspective, if you think about it correctly, but it's real hard work. If you take all your applications, if you take all your processes and try to put them into a data warehouse, there's the hacker still on. This will take you, let's say, 5 years if you have a lot of processes and applications, or maybe more, to get everything into your data warehouse. And why do you want to do that? Because what you want to achieve is that you have an IT landscape which later on looks a little bit like this one. And I'll tell you why. If you have your data warehouse, and usually it would be somewhere located on the yellow part, somewhere close to the green. And why is that? Because for the right part, that you could, name different applications that you have or processes you have an IT platform, the network with servers and everything you need, which has 24/7 support and service agreements and everything you need. And the applications that run on the red level, they need to run 24/7. So you have service agreements, service levels, and everything you need to make them run 24/7. So IT platform and applications all red, 24/7. And in the yellow part, you have applications which are closed to what we use for calls and for emergencies, but which are a bit less demanding. So you have an IT platform, a service and network and so on, which runs 24/7 with the service level agreements you need. But the applications, you can choose. Let's say a bit optimistic, 9 to 5 or 24/7 or anything in between. But if you have an IT platform which runs 24/7, maybe it's not so important if the small part of the application runs 24/7. If the groundwork is good, maybe it's okay if it's down for one hour or whatever. And of course you have the classical, I go to the other side, you have an IT platform which is used for administrative purposes, and of course the applications for the administration. And if you have such a platform, such a landscape, what's important? You have the same demand for the GDPR requirements because the data is available on all levels. But what is different is the demand not only on the platform and the applications, but also on IT security, because here this is the heart of the operations, and this is, if this goes down for a day or two, it hurts, but it's not as bad. And to bring this in a different view, you've seen the picture somewhere in my presentation with the flash, and it's all blocked. What is important now, if you establish this kind of IT landscape with the data warehouse, you have connections from all your data to the data warehouse, you have connections from all your processes and applications to the data warehouse. And I did not give you the picture. If you take this out, you see like a spider web, because you connect everything to everything. And from an IT security perspective, and from a GDPR perspective, that's like you can't keep up supporting this, even if your environment gets more complex and more complex. So with this, it's quite really looking neat, tidy, and if you make it right, then you can make a check for IT security and GDPR. Thank you for your attention. And I hope it wasn't too much IT, but a little bit, so we can get into a discussion later. But obviously, if there's time for questions, then I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, I see your telephone on the desk. Don't leave your telephone on the desk. It's dangerous. Questions? Any questions?
Because I'm not completely clear.
Wait for the mic there, please, because we have a live stream as well, so they can hear what your question is.
Hi, Tomasz from Poland. I'm not completely clear with the diagram of the abbreviation Echo Tango Lima. That was.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. What does it mean? If you take an IT process, an IT application, it has some data, and it's in a certain scheme, format, whatever you call it. And if you put it in your database, in your data warehouse, another application, another process cannot work with it directly because, you know, data are different. One may call it address and the other one has, you know, a different name for it or a different format or whatever. And ETL, extract, translate, load, that's what's behind it, can make this conversion of data so you can use it for different purposes in different applications or processes. You can, put data together, you can, split up data, and so it's important you have a tool like this in your data warehouse stack, if you would call it like this one.
Any other questions? In front here, Mr. Peter Poslecek from Republic of Czech.
Thank you for this presentation. I need to say that cyber protection against the cyber security is very important, especially based on our experience. How it's look from the German or Aachen perspective, the preparation for directive or implementation of the NIS directive in the German fire brigade, because from the Czech perspective, especially when we speak about the cyber security and supply chain, it can be also the problem in the future.
Yes. Thank you for the question, Peter. My personal expert opinion, and I'll tell you why this is different from the official answer. My personal expert opinion is that, of course, you need to be prepared. And I was thinking about adding 2 slides because I've also been involved with cyber security and what could you do about it. Obviously, I can't remember, was it 2000? I don't remember the year. A couple years ago, we had like a big exercise throughout Germany. And we were dealing with this kind of scenario, not so much from a fire and rescue perspective, but more from a civil protection point of view. What would you do if there would be some impact of the storm? And we developed some flowcharts. How would you handle this? What would you do? And for us, it was like I looked in a lot of stumbled faces when I said that is a scenario where you need crisis management, and people were looking at. Oh, what? It's not a fire, it's not a flood, it's just cyber. Okay, well, yeah, but the impact can be real big. So we obviously have ideas and checklists and whatever how to deal with this. Now the official answer, which is for Germany a lot more complicated, and I've tried to make it concise. We have a problem with, for example, this, because I'm the city of Aachen. And the regulation is valid for the country of Germany. It's valid for the country of North Rhine-Westphalia, but it's not valid for the city of Aachen. So now, if I would like to, do it, then I would have to go to my mayor and say, I need some money for it. And then my mayor would say, well, do we need to do it on a, if you look at the law level? And I have to say, well, not really. It says, okay, and then they are arguing about who's taking care of, the financial part. And that's why we're a lot of the time stuck with these regulations, because they don't go to the municipality level, but they're just on the federal level, so to speak. And that's a real big problem, because from an expert point of view, we have a lot of rules and regulations where we say it makes sense for us, because we're critical infrastructure, to apply these guidelines and to apply these rules. But the question, if we are critical infrastructure, we are only critical infrastructure when we're not talking about financial.
Thank you, Andreas, for this presentation. And I will have a few presents as a token of our appreciation. I will hand you the presents. Then we have a coffee break. It's now 10:41. I hope you can be back in the room at 15 minutes past 11. So 11:15. So we have half an hour coffee break. I will give the presents to Andreas, and then we go into the coffee break. Okay, coffee break.
Now it's good.
Welcome back. Welcome back on coffee break. Our next speaker is Mrs. Laura Vettel. She is a GIS consultant from the Antwerp Fire Service in Belgium. And her presentation is going about harnessing the power of GIS from visualizing projects with collaborative networks. Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is this, yeah, okay, this is working. Hi, I'm a GIS expert for the Belgian Antwerp Fire Service. My job is to analyze data and to visualize it. So today I will walk you through the process of GIS in my presentation called Harnessing the Power of GIS from Visualizing Projects to Collaborative Networks. I will walk you through what GIS is, our journey with GIS visualizations, what about the data and so where data comes from, and what our future challenges are. What is GIS? GIS is a Geographical Information System. It's a technology that enables the collecting of spatial data but also the storage, the analyzing of the data, the visualizing of it, and then the projecting of it. It is combining maps with data or the data translation to a map to create a powerful tool for understanding patterns, relationships and trends in certain areas and surroundings. At its core, GIS answers key questions such as where things are located, which patterns exist, and how we can optimize resources in a specific area. I'd like to open with a key question, and please take your time to really think about this one. How do you really know where the most risks are and where to deploy your resources without data? Here you can see an example of a graph with a map, with a heat map on the right. But take a look at it. It's a graph from reported indoor fires. How do I really know where my risks are with only a heat map? Which questions did I ask? Is it really a good example? Is it really a good dashboard? I'll first explain with an example we use at the University of Antwerp. We had a fire due to construction working at the roof of the university. It's the 6th of July 2022. We have very valuable collections such as art collection, a valuable library, archives in buildings A, B, C, D, and E, and the fire contained building B. And we tried everything to safeguard the collections and the adjacent buildings, but we only did that because we knew where those collections were due to data, which is a floor plan. And then we had our drone team, our own drone team and the drone team of the harbor came as well, and they have infrared imaging, which you can see here. And through the thick smoke, we couldn't really see where the fire was located, and because of the infrared imaging, we could see where the fire was located and we could attack the fire directly. We upscaled to an operational coordination, which meant that 17 teams were always on site, which translates in more than 100 firefighters. We deployed our command post operations, which is a very big bus where all of the other teams like police and medical teams can come together and deploy. And this is an example why data is important, like the floor plan and your drone. And then I'll talk you through our journey with GIS visualizations. Now remember the first graph where my questions didn't really match up with my map. Then I changed my questions, and the questions should actually be who are the people I am making my dashboard for, and this is a risk analysis for our annual, multi-annual policy plan. I don't know how it really translates in English. The questions I asked here are how can I really see which types of interventions and how many, and how can I really see it on a map? So I combined all those things in my map. Now you can see where and how many there are. On my heat map you could only see where the most interventions were, and that was the heat points. Now you can see how much and where the heat point is. That's still my biggest cluster here in the center. That's the same point as my heat map. But you can also see where each type represents per cluster, because I entered the types per cluster. That's the colors you can see. And the types you then can see in each graph as well. That's here, it's in Dutch, but I guess the colors speak for it themselves. And that's more representative for the people who will look at this graph and need to understand it. Then something else we do is an intervention application. I'm also responsible for this intervention application. The visualization is GIS based. Our main goal with this intervention application is to provide data during each intervention. And we would love to have the data there before they arrive on the intervention sites. We navigate them to the intervention. We provide basic intervention data such as DIP, it's a digital intervention plan. It's something we do in Belgium. I don't know if it's commonly known. We have standard operation procedures. It's based on the intervention type, which the chat can read. We have chat bots installed. So every intervention type that comes from the 112, it can read it, and then it automatically sends the SOP in the chat. And the same it does for the BIC. It's something like the Information Center of Dangerous Goods. When it reads a UN number from a truck or a container or something, and the people type it in the chatbot will read it and give you back the information like this. And then you can click on it and you can read all of the information about the dangerous good. There is much more in it, and there are a lot of geographical layers available to help the people on site. We have programmed it that you can see all of the important layers typical to that intervention type. They will be automatically activated. Then specific to the Antwerp Fire Service, we have our own annual inspection. Even in Belgium, that's quite unique. It is a task mandatory by law to have an annual inspection, or twice actually. It's not annual, it's after 2 years, every 2 years. And the city of Antwerp gave the task to the firefighting departments to do it. So we made an application from the Esri company, and we use the ArcGIS Field Maps app to do it, to collect data in the fields. We go and select the right hydrant on the left. Then we can add the values that are needed. Is the hydrant okay or not? Why is it not okay? And that info comes through in the intervention application so that we know if we can use a hydrant or not. Then GIS can also be used as art. Last year I made a project using making posters about the travel time per station. Here you can see the travel time within 7 minutes from each station. So each station has their own poster, which was a very big hit, by the way. They all love it, which is a very nice way to explore your data and show your data. And so they know what you're doing and know what you're working with. And we are already thinking about something else, like the interventions they do within their station region. But what about the data? Where does it come from? Well, our data comes from internal and external sources. Internal is like your intervention reports, but also your training. What training did your firefighter have, or which training do they need? Also staff movements. For our firefighting departments, they move every 5 years, or they can be moved every 5 years. So we have to know it to make sure they are stationed correctly in our dispatching software. Then external data can be like the utilities. It's like the gas pipelines, hydrants, water pipelines. Transport can be roads networks and the categories of it, but also the where your bus is coming from, or a train as such. And then we have digital flounders and the NGI is the National Geographical Institute. They actually both do the same, but the NGI is national and the other one is just for flounders. They both provide topographical data such as points of interest and topographical maps. And it can look like this. This is from the NGI. Here it is digital flounders, and that's an example from our own intervention reports, the data from it. Then what do we do with the data, and why do we keep working on our own? Maybe we shouldn't, so maybe we should work all together, so why not collaborating? I represent the Antwerp Fire Service in the network of fire services in Flanders, in the network called Network GIS. And there we see a lot of challenges working together. During our time there, it became very clear that we were working next to each other more than together, actually. And we see that every fire service is responsible for their own cartography. We have to find our own maps, map layers. We have to obtain it, import the data. We have to choose our own symbology, and which makes it that all of our maps using the same data, because the maps you see are just hydrants, but just from different fire services. And you can see that they are all different, but it's just the same thing shown. Even the base maps are different. And then you publish the data in your own applications, such as dispatch software and intervention applications. We also see that big city services have part-time or like me, a full-time GIS person, while smaller services have almost no one to work on GIS. While Grand Duchy of Luxembourg has 4 people dedicated to GIS, and they can deliver really pretty GIS work, which we are very jealous of. As mentioned, there is we have a lot of data. There are multiple layers. There are many sources, but there are also multi-protocols or types of data, and we have to manage it. All of the zones, the fire services have to do it on their own right now, and it's a mess. As you can see, all of the lines kind of represented in this image. So in the network group, we try to work together, share knowledge and experience, and we try to set up workshops as well. In red, you can see we try to start something, but not always be able to finish it. And the black ones are the ones we finished, or there are some we are still trying to manage and try to succeed. like the one uniform legend polylines. We are actually coming together in 2 weeks, I guess, to try to make a uniform legend for the points of interest. And in all of this, we have a very interesting partner. Again, the NGI, the National Geographic Institute. And why should we work together in this network with them? That's because they have a lot of knowledge. Knowledge in cartography and geography. We really need them because of their very large network in everything, in partners, and in their network of GIS servers as well. They set up also a very important one, a workshop around the data standardization of hydrants. That's actually one we're still working on right now, because in Belgium there are very many water companies, I'll say, and they all manage their own hydrants and water pipelines, and they manage their own data in their own way. So a hydrant is not always just a hydrant. You think so, and all the parts of it are called many different ways, and it's very confusing for fire services when working together with many different companies. So we're trying to I don't know the word. Make the data unique. I'll say it that way. And we're also still working on the uniform cartography, so that when we can work together on one map on very big interventions, interzonally, that we can read each other's map. NGI also works as a GeoHub, and that's important because we can access data. We all have to contact the data owners, and we all had to do that, but now NGI does that for us and actually goes and asks the owner, please, can we use your data, and can we give it to the emergency services? And they did that for Fluvius, that's the gas pipelines in Belgium, and that's they already succeeded in that case. We are working on industrial pipelines as we speak. Infrabel, that's the rail network, and ELIA, that's the high tension lines. So they will give our data through NGI. This is the example from the uniform symbology, just the lines, the polylines. Then our main goal is working interzonally, as I already said, because we want to make data, or GIS, more accessible for everyone. As I said, the problem is not everyone is working with GIS already, and we want to make GIS accessible. And then what are our future challenges? This one is very interesting because the first speaker already kind of spoke about this one. We are really investing in our drone teams and are training our people in working with drones. We are investing in drones with infrared cameras as well. And the interesting thing about drones and GIS is that you can make ortho maps from it, you can make 3D structures from it, as you already saw in the previous presentation. But you can also make point cloud structures from it. And you can, from those point cloud structures, you can calculate sizes. What do I mean with that? You can calculate floodings. You cannot really size up the way of water, because a drone cannot really see water, because it just frames pictures next to each other, and water is really difficult for a drone to map next to each other, unless it's a film, it makes a movie, then it's just one image. But when it takes photos, it's really difficult to map all those different photos next to each other, because water is kind of always the same. When it's different trees, when it's grass, it's always a little bit different. But with water, it's really difficult. What it can do is see the borders of water. When it's flooding, you know the previous condition when the normal level was seen. Then you can fly over again, and then you can calculate how much the water has risen. And that volume you can calculate with a point cloud map. So that's where drones and GIS can be very useful. Point that it's drones, GIS, and AI actually. Then you can see your progress, you can see your before and after, and you can calculate your volume. The exact same can be done for construction works, for buildings being constructed. It's actually a lot of use in this field. Other interesting things, actually the way you should use your drone is very different. It's taking pictures. Your drone can be installed. Before you fly, you can install a grid. Almost every drone app has this. You should ask your drone to fly in a calculated grid, and actually this is very nicely done. But you could also ask your drone to fly in the other way as well. And then you'd have an even better image. The results are like this. It's very detailed, and when we go even closer, like this, let us take a look at these pictures. It's very detailed, and we only have a little bit of blind spots, and that's because the drone probably flew over maybe an angle of 45 degrees, but as you saw earlier, it was only one way. When we would have flown over in the other way as well, the blind spots won't be there anymore. Because the tree has shadows, they are covered underneath, and when you fly over in different angles, we wouldn't have the blind spots. What do we see on the pictures already, not even using AI? Is this, I don't know if you guys can see it from the back, but there's a blue car over here. Now, using AI on your drones, on your maps, even while flying, not even using GIS, not yet, is very quickly seeing where objects are. AI is very strong in analyzing pixels, very better than we are. We can see an image, but we cannot really see pixels that as well as AI can. So when someone is drowning in water, AI would be very quick in seeing where the person is in the water when it's not underwater yet. But also when someone is lost in the forest, it could recognize this car even before we had the chance to analyze this data. And maybe finding a person even, when the person isn't hiding, of course. Then AI and GIS, that's the whole idea of using AI together with GIS and being predictive. Then smarter and faster data analysis. Of course, when using AI, it's possible to make everything more fast because you would make your spatial analysis faster and more precise. You could automate detections and changes, like in satellite imagery, like I just said, because while using drones, you could also use things like satellite imagery. You could analyze deforestation, urban expansion, and you could have the data in hours instead of days. Then another thing is predictive modeling and forecasting. This is interesting because you can have disaster preparedness. AI models integrated with GIS can forecast wildfire behavior. This can help authorities design more effective evacuation plans. Another one is automation of mapping and updates AI-powered automation. And this can keep GIS maps up to date by analyzing data continuously. A fourth one is enhancing image recognition and classifications. That's actually the thing I just explained with the drones. You can see faster in your, or explore faster through your imaging. And then the last one is improving real-time decision supports by AI. Okay, and that was my presentation.
Yeah, Laura, thank you. Are there any questions? A few questions. Sultan, from Hungary.
Thanks very much for the presentation. You didn't mention the digital twinning, which could connect to this kind of area. What kind of potential do you see in digital twinning and
Well, a lot. We still don't really use digital twinning because there's a lot being developed. The city of Antwerp actually really developed the digital twin of Antwerp, but we're still kind of waiting on that one. So we're not really focusing on that yet. That's for our department. So I cannot really answer your answer.
Yeah, there's some additional twins.
Yeah.
Mr. John Butler.
I'm going now.
Thank you. So with GIS mapping, you might have said it, and I wasn't paying attention to your response. But can you see the z-axis? I mean, there's X and Y, but can you see the depth with the GIS features that you were talking about?
Yes, yes, it's possible. Yeah, through 3D imaging, it's possible. Yes, when you have a z-axis, yes. Yeah.
And I think you mentioned predictive modeling to track embers or smoke in the wildfire environment.
Yeah.
You do predictive modeling for ember pests.
Yeah. That's all possible. Yes.
I see a small collaboration coming up. Any other questions? No? Thank you, Laura, for your presentation. Oops, don't walk away.
Sorry.
Ja, voor de participatie. Dank je wel. Dank je. Oh, Laura. Thanks for your... So coming up to the last presentation before we go have a picture and lunch. Let's continue to our next speaker from Norway. See the room? Yes, yes. Jørgen, Skakmo. Development in Norwegian Air Ambulance Technology AS. It's about enhancing decision making and operational efficiency. The floor is yours, Jørgen.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I'm really glad to hear some of the questions that emerged during the previous presentations, and I will try to build somewhat on what Andreas has already been talking about a little bit, and also on the GIS section of things. Because, yeah, and I might add that this presentation, I think, I would try to kind of give you an orientation on AI and keep it short and sweet for you because it's a vast, deep rabbit hole. This little AI. So we could stand here and talk about AI for months if we wanted to. Briefly about myself, I am an AI engineer. I also have a medical background, so I worked previously as a paramedic, took my paramedic training in Maine, USA. Lived and worked there for 3 years, just outside of Bangor, Maine. Great experience. I then moved back home to Norway and worked in the EMS services for 25 years, including a role as a emergency medical helicopter coordinator. So what really excited me was the opportunity to bridge the gap and the pitfalls I recognized in the EMS system and bridging that with the exciting world of AI. And I'll... You good? Okay. I will kick it off with a question to all of you as leaders in the room. I will say the following. Anything that we can measure or assign a numerical value, we put into and utilize AI algorithms on. And to really mess with your minds in this, what would be the implications for you in your departments and services? What could this mean for you? I have listed some brief hints. You could be looking at response times, temperatures on fires. You could be the size of buildings and anything. Literally anything you can think of, we could use AI on. Okay? So I'll just leave that hanging there. So that statement is both accurate and it's also limiting because in the world of deep learning, which is really a subfield of artificial intelligence, these deep neural networks, they fundamentally, as I wrote here, they operate on numbers, which means anything that we can assign a number, we can do a calculation on and we can utilize the algorithm. So, but we, in order for all of this to function and do us some good, we need to do this with intention and in a meaningful manner. We need to really think about what we're doing and why we are doing it. And as you guys know, there's tons of data existing within your services already. And the question is, should you apply AI to any of it, or should you not? Because AI it's really just another tool in the toolbox. And we kind of need to reverse engineer these problems and the intention behind it. We need to start with the problem. If we have a problem, should we use AI to fix it or should we not? Because it might as well be other ways to solve these problems, which are both faster and cheaper and less complicated, so to speak. Because the world of AI is extremely complicated. It can be, at least. And I say this because I started working with AI many years ago, and before the big GPT moment, and before really AI became such a buzzword. Nowadays, it seems like everywhere I look, every freaking thing I look at needs to have the AI in it in some form or fashion. And why is that? So, some quick examples. I already touched into response time, travel distance. You can look at traffic density and make some really great models calculating this in real time. You can cruise size, smoke profiles, different profiles for smoke. It could be forest fires, it could be fire from a couch within a private home, it could be anything. And the thing with AI or these algorithms, they operate really well on all the things that we as humans are not good at. So these deep calculations, these really real-time fast calculations, this is exactly where these AI algorithms are brilliant and perform really well. So just to split some of the possible chaos, it could be better ETA prediction and live route optimization, as I listed here, because the traffic situation in a city might change in real time. Of course it does, but we could also look at this. Think about when you're out driving, and you know there's a reason why Google Maps are telling you where to go, because there's a deep algorithm working behind, looking at real-time traffic scenarios and traffic congestion and everything. So, like I said, it could be anything. We could also, of course, merge the fire world with the medical side of things and look at real-time IoT sensors, like heart rate monitors within a fireman's equipment. It could be utilizing augmented reality within the fireman's helmet to give him basically X-ray vision. You can use the camera technology and look through a wall to see, by utilizing AR, where the pipes go, where the power lines go, everything. So, just examples. Yeah. So let's say you actually wanted to really utilize AI for your services. What do you need? How do you proceed? Well, you need large amounts of data. I mean really large amounts of data. And the odds are that you already possess these data, historical data from many years, right? All of this can be utilized. But here's the catch. In order to develop really good AI models, you need the expertise within your specific niche. You need to reflect on the problems that you want to solve. So you would need, let me rephrase, in order to solve a fireman's problem utilizing AI, you really need to use the fireman's perspective on how to solve a problem. What's the best way of proceeding? What's the best practice? What's the optimal end solution? And that's why you need the niche-specific knowledge in this. That's extremely important, because you can get off-the-shelf AI models anywhere. You can download something called a YOLO model for computer vision, which stands for you only look once. You can download it and it works. But for simple real-time drone videos, for instance, real-time video feed from the drone, and to utilize computer vision on it, you really need to train your customer-specific models for it. You can operate the YOLO models on them, of course, but it doesn't do you any good if it classifies a big cloud of smoke as a broccoli branch, right? It's just clutter, it's just noise. So that's why you need to train. And the best practice would be to really know everything from the start to deployment, as I have listed here. You need to apply the custom-specific knowledge and the why into the data harvesting. Okay? And also, there's a big job in optimizing the data that you possess and to make it work well before you actually train models. Yeah. I'm repeating myself on this, but it's really, really important. And so, to get the best practice directly from the source, whether it's a drone pilot, what's the best way to operate the drone? How do you use it? Right? It affects the way that the AI model would help you as a tool. Because that's really what it's all about. You are developing a tool to enable you to do your job better, right? Yeah. And also reflecting a little bit more on what I previously said about the YOLO models. This is really a trap. A lot of people develop AI models, generic AI models for general purposes, and they work, but they don't work really well for the exact problem that you would have, for instance. And bear in mind, right, the real goal in what you guys are doing, you're responding to emergencies and fires and helping people. So the last thing you need is some AI model cluttering your information systems or doing something just to really bring noise to an already weird situation, right, where time is of instance. So you need the AI as a support tool that helps you make qualified decisions better. That's why you should make a good AI model, not because you really want to utilize AI because it's AI, it's a buzzword. And I thought I would use the opportunity to kind of address the current situation in AI and what the implications are, and also for you as an organ, as an EU unit, right? Because the world of AI is evolving so extremely rapid. And even though I work full-time with AI, I should really be working 400% just to keep up with things these days. It's really scary. Okay? And also, in preparation for this February, I started including a lot of slides. I included slides on computer vision, on AI, working on drones, like video feeds, all kinds of things. But already, fast forward just two small months, what I thought about saying in this presentation in February is already obsolete, kind of. So it's really amazing. So back to the point. For utilizing AI for responding better to fire emergencies, EU-wide, my recommendation to all of you is that you join forces, like it was mentioned in the GIS speech, very good from my own, that you join forces and look at what you have material-wise and what common ground do you have, what common problems do you have, okay? And if you can work together, that's definitely the best way to utilize AI for better fire services. Because it's potentially hugely costly to build great AI systems, right? You need the hardware and the infrastructure to do this. You need AI servers that are extremely good at computing and training good AI algorithms, large-scale algorithms. And I think if you were to work together bilaterally, looking at one potential data fusion center for Europe, for the fire services of Europe, I like the idea of that. And then you can fuse the data between yourselves and look at data from the drones, it could be the digital elevation models for fire, not only prevention but prediction. Yeah, so this is a small example from. There was a question about the digital twins, so I just had to include it in the speech. But of course, this is you can use this in 2025, and you probably should also, right? But the hardware these days and the servers, they are so extremely fast that you can really, and I know NVIDIA has this thing called Omniverse. So they, as an example, they made a digital twin, a model of Taiwan, and they looked at the meteorological data. So they could highly accurately predict how the weather and the weather patterns would act upon a potential forest fire, for instance. So you can use this stuff today to predict, and it will really affect and probably optimize the cost of running a fire service also, if you dive into this. Yeah. I think I will leave it at that, because, like I said, it's an extremely big rabbit hole. I'm here until tomorrow afternoon, so if there's anybody who wants to talk about AI and have some ideas, I'm more than happy to do so. But, I think my final punchline is you need to get on this stuff. and you need to get on this stuff right now. Okay? Because it will alter your world within the fire service. It really will. I'm sorry to say so, kind of, because there's a lot of good tradition probably within the fire service, but there's a reason why the newly elected Pope chose the name Leo, right? Have you heard that story? No. The previous Pope Leo chose his name during it was the Second Industrial Revolution. And our newly elected Pope Leo chose his name because he reflects on the implications of AI as the third industrial revolution. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for your presentation. I will hand over, if you please stand over there, later on to some first of all questions. No questions.
Everything is clear about it.
One from Salzburg. Salzburg was from Hungary. Yeah, that's for the online people that they know who is asking the question.
Thank you very much. This AI field is very interesting. How do you think, or how do you guess at the moment, what is the number of cases where AI is used within the fire and rescue service? How do you think this number, what kind of number this will reach in the future as a maximum one? The other question may be, I think there's a strong correlation between moisture content of the plants and the fire starting. Do you have a project using AI in this field?
Yeah, thank you. So we kind of need to separate AI from AI in this, because AI is not only AI. It could be the computer vision side of it, right? Or it could be the classical predictive algorithms running on a server of just data, right? For your question, I can only answer for the operational AI that is being used, and obviously there's the drone world, right? Utilizing drones with computer vision. If I could ask the guy in the staff, he downloaded a small video. We could probably show you actually the small video that was included. You could take this if you need it. Yeah. I actually opted out to include this computer vision slide, but I think it's a good response to your question also. And really, there is, I'm afraid to say so, there is no end to the possibilities, and I don't think we're going to need reach a maximum level of use cases because it's so abstract. So instead of wandering down that rabbit hole, I would recommend to, like I said, reverse engineer and look at the specific problems that you can solve. But AI could also bring you extreme insight into your line of work and your operational procedures and everything. So, yeah. And if we can't get it to play, it's not a big deal.
I will show you that first, so we don't waste the time.
You get a private video afterwards. Thank you for your presentation. Get of your presentation to this council. Thank you. We all have to check.
Here is the bottom of the screen. Now we have the FEU logo. A little bit more. And look at the camera. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like, and you're completely right, that we from the AI department think AI is very important. That is the one liner you had. Thank you for hanging in there this morning. I know sometimes, occasionally, it's a tough subject, AI and data. But I think that we, as leaders of the fire service in Europe, we should, get this data and AI into our department. It's not our first nature. It's a little bit different. It's not another species, the people from ICT or AI from data. But I think it's our responsibility to make a good translation from all those good guys who do the AI and data work into the fire service. And that's tough sometimes. You need translators to get it into normal language sometimes. But I think, as mentioned, you mentioned the Industrial Revolution a long time ago, but this is a new one. We're going into a new area, and data and AI is going to be a big part of our job in the future. You cannot say, I do not go into that new area. You have to use AI, you have to use data. Thank you. I know it's a tough subject sometimes. Then, first of all, we're closing now the morning session, and then we're going to have a picture on the stairs outside this room. Secondly, the lunch is on a first floor restaurant, just down the stairs. First floor restaurant, just down the stairs. If someone goes ahead, then we go all in the right direction. And thirdly, between 1 o'clock and 1:30, there will be a demonstration of the HAWK system. And I think... I will be there. Yeah, you will be there. On what side of the building is it?
In front or in back?
In front or back of the building? It's in the back of the building. It's in the back of the building.
I can imagine, I can meet the colleagues at 1 if you go to the restaurant.
At 1 in front of the restaurant if you want to see the HAWK system. And we'll continue the program at 1:30. 1:30. So that will be in 1 hour and 10 minutes. See you this afternoon. Thank you.